Hello. Well, hello there, TV Josh. Welcome in. Good to see you again. That could show reticulating splines like from SimCity. You're right, it could. Let me remember. I believe it's just driven off of. Where did I put you? Oh, it's not driven off a config file. It should be driven off a config file. I think it's just written in. That's a really good reference, though. I like that. This was supposed to be updating dependencies. We got a couple updates here. Can I not do... Oh, I guess Golang only supports opening one thing. Hey, there you go. That's finally working. Don't want to get too distracted, but that's a good... Just make a note. Maybe I'll just do a sneaky... Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. Maybe we'll start the day tomorrow with that or something, unless we get really deep into what we're doing here today. What have you been up to lately there, Mr. TV Josh? This should be unused. Just working. Just looking for work. and a little bit of travel, thus my absence. Making my way back towards Texas so that I can look for in-office jobs. May have been disconnected. Oh boy. Are we back? That was a weird little blip. Hopefully we're back. Anyway, as I was saying, I removed the import for side effect that was just left over in the database from when I initially was going to think about doing SQLite. But Meow did that. We got that pushed up. Let's do a quick go test for our updates that we did. While I check everything here. See how many things are unhappy after that little blip. Hopefully it's the only one we have today. Okay, there we go. I think we're rocking and rolling here. All right, and everything seems happy. Fantastic. All right, where in the world were we with this? I have done no thinking about this at all since I last was on. Busy with everything else in the world. So we're here. We had the view grid display working correctly. This is weird. There's like a it starts scrolling up and down. And then I hit shift and nothing happened, but then it switched to scrolling left and right. I don't know if that's a me bug or a Kojin bug. Or just weirdness. We'll push on. So we had set up a secondary, UI only grid. I believe we called it view grid. Makes sense, right? Let's see. We probably need that open still. This probably... I think we're done with coordinates for now. We added something to coordinates. We added in grid bounds, maybe? Yeah. That makes sense. Because we do that a lot now. So... now that we have that, we were doing connection stuff. So this is unused. We may or may not need it. We'll leave it in there for now, but let me launch this again. We had just done editing. I think deleting is next up. And we can apply this, and this is 2.4 to 3.4. Yes. And then I believe delete does nothing. Certainly does nothing there. 2.4 to 3.4. Yeah, delete does nada. And this is actually not even the correct place for delete to appear in this instance, right? This is great for this, but here we don't want to delete everything necessarily. And maybe that's a good place to start is... actually, we had tiles open. I might have closed it. Well, that was just... yeah. Game map. Tile. Oh. Maybe I had it open. I don't know. We had disconnect. We had a disconnect. So we're in preparation, right? And we should have added testing for that. Did we... disconnect, yes. We added testing for disconnecting. One side, both sides, no connection. Make sure that didn't panic. Okay, so that part is perfect. Or, well, we think it's perfect. We'll probably find bugs later. But what we need to do now is in edit bar, button bar needs to not... do we want to... launch this again and look. Do we want to have the apply, cancel, and delete at the bottom? or apply and cancel rather, still, or cancel deselects. That's probably correct. Or is it? We'll have to think about that. Very happy with this for this, but for here we want like a delete to be part of this. So we also got to think about, do we want to have it be how do I want to say what I'm thinking? Do we want to keep the delete in place here in the UI and only apply it when we hit apply? Probably. But is that difficult and annoying for us? And is it worth it? So let's go to button bar. We'll only show cancel button, delete button when see here. I think we just if guarded these, right? No, we always display those. Okay. And we had a way to determine, let's see here, selected tile. We don't actually need to do that because we hide the whole thing if that's nil. We just need to say if the, and our edit bar has a selected transits. So if, ooh, no, because this also should appear, and I don't think it does just yet, but we're going to want it to. Let's double check. Yeah, it doesn't yet, but we're going to want it to appear. So yeah, we do want this if it is nil and the len of selected transits is greater than 0. Wait, no. Am I thinking about this backwards? We want this to appear when so if it's only when it's not nil and the selected transits no, because we don't, if we don't have transits, we don't care. It's only when it's not nil. Think, unless I've confused myself completely. Let's find out. Okay. And this is because we don't want to do this. We want to set the visibility. We don't want to just exclude it because it doesn't get built. we've done that somewhere here. You select the tile is not nil and select tile.new is true. You want this to be either. Well, actually, no. This sets it to invisible if the selected tile is not nil and selected tile new is true. Or when the selected tile is nil. Think? Maybe? That. Not there. Perfect. Let's do... this is 4-3. We'll delete you. Delete is gone there. That didn't get updated. Why didn't that get updated? It showed up as soon as we created, right? Delete. Apply. No, it didn't. Okay. So let's think here. Clear selections. Sets you to nil. Sets you to empty. That's great. Scrolls to the top. Deletes the children. Updates. Perfect. The... refresh selected tile. Select tile is nil. Return. Otherwise, we update the tile, which we should do on apply as well. And we don't. By tile form data. If it's not new, updated in place. Otherwise, new tile created. Do we do that or do we do, because it already has selected tile. New tile. Refresh selected tile. Calls update. Which should update this. App tile widget. Update data. We registered this updater when we did tile button. Grid at that. App tile is the grid at. Something isn't right there, I think, perhaps. Let's just see here. So if we delete you, fine. We'll click out just to be sure that this is because we don't clear. That's what I've done wrong. Nothing clears. We need to do that here. Well, no, it should. What sets you? Set selected tile is this. If tile widget map tile is nil. So it would be here that it should get set. We know it's getting called update on the button. So we know that it's getting the position at the very least, right? Because it puts it in here. Not you, but you. Because we get the location out of it. Map tile is that. Is it because fresh selected tile, new tile is created. We call update on the tile. Which is you. Just spit out the ID. Let's see. So we select 1, 3. Nothing gets spit out. Oh, because I put it in there. Okay, that's fine. So this should be 80FD8. Oop. Because it's nil. We update and we say if it's not nil, then go ahead and print the ID for me. Otherwise, print out nil tile. Let's try that again. 3, 3. Delete you. Oh, no, that dies too. Interesting. Maybe there's something I'm missing here. Game map tile.go 145. So tile isn't nil. That's because this is a map tile widget. The map tile can't be nil. Because we still have the widget. That makes sense. Try that again. It just didn't have a backing there. And we should see nil tile. Apply that. We see the ID twice. Why do we see it twice? Refresh gets called twice. We refresh the selected tile. This is on click of apply. Because we deferred it. That's why. That's not going to fix our issue, but we do want to clean that up. Try this again. That is the wrong window. Here we go. Delete you. Nil tile. Only one. We do have an ID. Because we hold on to the widget, right? So when we selected a tile, we set this to true. So as part of our new tile here, new tile, not that, selected tile, oops, new, false. Because of the way we store that. Does that still make sense? Good question. Or should we do something more different? So we store the reference to the widget, which persists, which makes sense, right? It just has a so tiles this. I don't know if we use the location of that. Yes, we do. We do for getting adjacencies, I think. So that's probably got to stay. I think select should take care of this for us. It should say that if it's not, then we do that. And then we can come up here That stays, but that doesn't. Like so. You delete whatever. Delete appears. Fantastic. Click out, click back in, shows up again. This doesn't get set though. Why does that not get set? So when we come in here and delete, newly added, delete, update tile, call that. Map tile should be nil. We do tile is deleted. We do refresh. So that's an interesting idea. Nil tile. If we do a select again, we need to put that log, that print, in a different place. Let's do it on. Let's do it in here. We already have this. Dang it, I closed terminal and I shouldn't have. What an idiot. Okay. Launch you again. Select nil tile. Because I need to. Silly me. I flipped. This is flipped from what we had. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Whoa. Oh. What have I done? Oh, because it's not selected yet. We need to do, this should be tile widget. Because this is what sets the select. So, boop. We have an ID. This is 3, 4. We delete. It is a nil tile. We reselect. It has this new ID because it's a nil tile. Well, that would make sense, wouldn't it? But just for funsies, I'll click off. I'll click back in. It does get a new ID. .035D. .035D. So it keeps that ID. Map tile is not getting nilled. Update func. Tile button. Grid at. If it's in bounds, we return it. Because we grid at map grid chords. Not view grid, so that's good. So maybe my tile delete is not delete-y enough? Delete button, delete tile, at location. There's no error. We nil maps tile grid there. Let's not close that just yet. Refresh selected tile. We update you. Call the update function. Do that. Chase this down here. We're probably done with this, but we'll just comment in for a second. In case we have to come back real quick. Okay. 4.4. No update is fired yet. Makes sense. Delete. Map tile updated tile is nil. Don't do that. The tile widget. Map tile is nil. And then when we reselect, we set selected tile. Actually, this is going to be in the on-click handler. Tile handler. Set selected tile, tile widget. Tile button, tile handler. We give it the widget. We refresh the select. Well, no, that isn't even refresh. It's not limited to that. It is always. Map tile. And it's not. Good thing we didn't delete these over here, huh? Come back over. Recheck my understanding here. 25. So it has an ID. We expect that. That is correct. It deletes. It's a nil tile. That's correct. You click on it. It gets an ID, which we expect, because it should be getting a new ID. Because we set the and then we set the selected tile to this, which gets that. I see. We don't ever clear this on deselect. We would have to handle that, which we do have, because we should be able to escape. Yeah, escape clears that. What we need to do tile button. Where was the just in tile handler? Edit bar clear selections. Clear selections would then clear all that. But then we click on it again. And it's still not set to map tile. Do all that. It's because we create a new tile here. I see. We need to not do this. We would need to because new tile actually commits it or writes it to the object, right? Return the, no, it doesn't. It sets the map tile widget.map tile to the new tile though. So that this is where we need to not. So what we do is that and then that so we pull it out or we make a placeholder, but we don't ever actually set it to the widget until so we delete you. No delete. Excellent. And the ID changes, which is fine. Wait, did it? Did it change? 00F68. Yeah, it changes. That's perfectly fine. But this is continually printing. Oh, it's duh. Because I was clicking off it to the same tile. Yeah. Okay. So it's nil tile. Always perfect. Good. Yes. Like that. Let's make sure. Rerun that. Let's make sure that my saving still works correctly. Which it should because of the form. So dupe. No. I've done something foolish. Let's get rid of these for now. I'm pretty sure we're done with them. Pretty sure we're done with this. When I save, or apply rather, not save. Because save, we want to save until, you know, hold off on until we're committing to the file, right? We want to make some changes, have them staged basically, and then on save, we'll write to the file. But up until then, we don't. So apply button, form data to tile. Give it the map tile. But set description, verbose, that. New location is that. We don't mess with that. It's this right here, I betcha. Because This is nil. No, it's here. No, I was right. We do this, we apply it. That's probably where the error comes from. And then we do a new tile, map tile. Select the map tile. Set selected tile. Tile.map tile. Tile is tile widget, which is this. So yeah, it is in where we apply, which does make sense, right? We need to handle because we had all the form data. Tile is wait. Yeah. We create a new tile here so that we can create a struct. Does that make sense? Is that clear? Is that friendly? ID. This doesn't have a reference to game map. That's why we were doing it here. I guess we could do... Because we also need this, right? We need to know if it was a placeholder or not, right? Because that's what this effectively is. It's a placeholder for the, just an empty... Maybe the answer is... No, because then we still do that. Map tile. How do I want to do this? First and foremost, let's break these up a little bit because I see. Let's not do that. This is the only thing that actually changes tile widget now. Think about that. But it's been about an hour, so I'm gonna take a quick break, a couple minutes early here. Stand up, stretch out. I'll be right back. All right. So, would it make sense to continue this way, or should we think this through a little bit better? What we could do, let's roll you back. Oops. I thought I muted you for today. Guess not. There we go. Saturday. No emails that are important should arrive today. Let's see. So if we did this, do that. On a clear selections. We clear it if it's if it's flagged as new. With that, I don't think I like this, but let's just test it to see. Because we're mutating the data underneath, right? Only to flip it back. We shouldn't be doing that, I don't think. And it breaks things, in fact, if we do. Because tile gets cleared, probably. Let's not do this. We just shouldn't be mutating this, right? We just need to handle better. That's still good. This is just what we need to do. Again, tile is tile widget. So when we go in and say to apply the form data, doing this in a tidy way is kind of what's baking my brains. Because we don't want to mutate the data, right? But if this is nil because map tile is nil, which it should be in the case of a new tile, right? We need to handle this still. And this just might need to be this. And we say if tile is nil, because at this particular juncture we're applying things. And we'll do the same thing we did here. Except this has, no, this does not have location. If this doesn't have location, map chords stay because it's still the same coordinates. I see. Okay. So the only thing we really need is Grab this. The only thing we really need is just to know that what the parent map is, right? This is tile ID. You accept nil, but this shouldn't be this. It should be form data. Right. This is a string. Do we set that correctly? New ID is that. Yes. Must parse. This is let's bring this up here. Let's move this right to after here. So we'll error immediately. This is new location. Description. Post description. And then we return. This, let's make sure this works first. I'm thinking, right. Thinking that we might be able to get away with putting this back to function if we pass it the parent map, which we might want to do if we're changing things, you know, when we do multiple layer maps. But we'll see. 3.3. Delete goes away. Oh, no. There we go. The nope. Oh, that's not good. Render window, game map go. 385. Place tile in grid. This should be why do we offset by 1? This is because we'll have to come back to that. It's because we did len. I should have done the other way around, but this should also actually be if I should use what did I call you? In grid bounds. Ah, right. If t dot in grid bounds m dot tile grid really. Why not? This would be if not, but no. Because that, yeah, empty. This won't make any difference. It's just sugar, yeah. Wonder if it's because it's private. No? Hmm. Wonder why. This a case where I need to do Hmm. Right, I can't assert that way. Hmm. Not quite what I want. Hey Jazz, how you going? I had a busy week. A very, very busy week. How have you been? It wasn't really a vacation. I just moved a little further on up the road. And then I broke stuff, and then I had to go get it fixed, and it was just busy. Wasn't as expensive as it could have been, so that was good. Yeah, yeah, that was pretty much my response to when it happened. This looks like what I want. Slice of interface is not type itself. Okay. Oh. So there is a different syntax here. Instead of interface, can I do this? No. That would be something that gets defined. Type parameter. Do I want something like that? I'll be used in type parameters. Okay. What is the correct syntax to do this? Oh, why can't I do... Got any? Do I need to put the tilde? No. And I can't do it that way either. Maybe I'm looking at the old. No? Must be misinterpreting this. Ah. He needs to go. Like this, I think. No? Can't do that either. Ah. I see. I'm just completely misinterpreting what they're saying. No. Method cannot have parameters. Method must have no type parameters. So apparently you can't do that on a on a method, only a function. But if we did this, then we would have to we'd have to type assert that. Right? Oh, I do this backwards. And that won't. That won't just overwrite the parameter value. That's fine. That would be kind of bad to do anyway, I think. Does it make sense? I don't know if it makes sense to panic here. But I also don't know if it makes sense to to return false, right? If you somehow got here. I don't know if this makes sense from a standpoint of causing a panic that crashes things unnecessarily, right? But that would fix that. And then we could do that. Let's just see. If it becomes a problem, we'll have to come back here and figure something else out. But not quite sure what the best answer there is. But also I think we have another issue still where, okay, or do we fix it? Let's find out. Let's run it. Let's see. Ah, yes, I've already panicked. And I think that's because I'm still not, we'd have to do this a different way. Seems that this is a common problem people run into. Hmm. We do that. Can I... Um... Can I assert something, type of any size? Any type? Because I can easily say this, right? Then I would have to just join trying to make heads or tails of what you're trying to do. I'm a bit puzzled why you want to accept an empty interface. It seems you know what type the grid is, right? In this case, yes. In other cases, not necessarily. Because we're not concerned with the type of the things inside there, other than that it is a list of lists, right? Or a slice of slices. And also welcome. Yes. Any slice of slices. We'd need to... There's got to be a cleaner way to do this. Isn't quite what I want. Yeah. That's what I would need to do. I guess that's not terrible. We could say... that this is... grid. This is grid X. And then we say... grid X. But that's not an interface type, right? at that is an interface type, and then say if need to just do that maybe. Just for a quick test. We'll probably have to clean that up a little bit for readability. See if that'll launch. No. Okay. I'm betting you. Do I want something like this? I can't do this on a method, because this is a method that hangs off a point. Unless I'm wrong. Let's find out. Yeah. Method cannot have type parameters. I did fall down that hole already, because that's what I thought I wanted too. The point of this is that coordinates is very generic, right? Coordinates is just my internal package for handling coordinates, right? So if you have a point, it doesn't necessarily have to be a map grid. It could be anywhere. The thing I'm interested in is this point within a grid that I'm providing you that is two-dimensional, right? That way I can use this other places as well. Right now it's just for the map, but it'd be nice to get it going for anything, because we can use it for over here we can use it for the two different types of grids too, because over here we don't have, this is the UI, we don't have a grid of map tiles, we have a grid of different types of widgets. I'm suspecting that this is because, yeah, I'm betting this is because these are nil when it gets built. Map widget go 106. Load map config. Map go 79 is where it actually. This tile and grid, this tile. Right. This tile and its new map. Build tile grid. And we do populate you with nil tiles, just empty ones. here. Bet you. Not a slice of interfaces. Okay. Why not? Why doesn't that count? We should put this up here just while we're here. But this is one from Stack Overflow right here. Oops. He uses light themes, so who knows, right? True, true. And because they're pulling this out of the map, which is slice of slices. Hmm. Why would that be? Where was that? It was in 79. New map. New tiles. Build tile grid. As X, size Y. Place the tile in the grid. We double check. Oh. No, that's correct. 385. Yeah. Maps tile grid. This should add them. Builds them, connects them. Turns new tiles. Parent map. Because we build that. Oh, do we ever... Do we ever do that? Still not. Ace slices. Check here. We'll want to get this using this as well, but for now it's fine. Yeah, I don't think that was ever actually using. Oh, okay, right. We built... Why did we do it this way? Connect them. Why did I do this? We put the tiles in, and then we connect them. All of that makes sense. Doesn't make sense is why... We do this after that. Because we should be able to just say, hey, connect you, or your grid is the one we just built, right? Doesn't fix my other issue, but just for funsies. Now, why would that move via invisible exit? Ah, because we use that. Okay. Let's leave that in there for just a second. We need to resolve this for multiple reasons first. So why is, what I should do is this. I believe it was this for a type. Oh, not that one. AppEditor.viewGrid, which is ViewGrid, which is just that. Ah, because this is that. Which breaks other things, but that's fine. What actually goes into view grids here? They get buttons. Okay, right. But and I did that because I didn't want to do an interface for buttons, right? There's a, hey, you're a two-dimensional slice of interfaces. That's fine. Why does that break this? Not this. This. Hmm. Was at yeah, and I can't do that. And then in my test, actually, too, test in grid bounds. Where we do that. Which just makes it an empty list of empty interfaces. Which is just a bunch of nils. Just because we want to build a grid. It can hold nils, that's fine. Okay, what if we do this? Maybe this doesn't have to be a method. It takes that. This doesn't need to be coordinates. It is coordinates. Takes a point. And then I need... How do I... And then... Put you back. We do this. Like so. This point. And then let's do that. Does this then... Whoop. Right. This is where I would need to then do not this, but exactly what Transacid said. There's a list of E where E is, or a slice of any, where E is a slice of any. Except for that can't. That has to be that. And then we have to do here. And assert that this is a value. Type parameter value. Do this just because I like it more. Why can't I do? Hmm. T is a slice of E. E is an interface. So any. Grid T. We actually simplify this down to that. Which just becomes this. Making that entirely redundant. And if we did this, then we would actually be able to go back to the other way, I think. That. Right? But I can't do that. Making some kind of silly mistake here, I'm sure. I think it's because of this. That fixes that, but that would have to be that, which then immediately breaks this again. Because this should just be the same as that. Hmm. Roll this back. Oh, oop. Nope, not that. Don't think. Go back to this really quick. This. That wouldn't be it, would it? No. Shouldn't be. Yeah, no. Hmm. All right, let's roll this back out. That would be that. And then this. Just for quick sec. That. Why doesn't that? Could do that again. But that's just going to fail because we know that this is not. We already went down this path. I don't understand why this can't be asserted to be a list of interface, or a slice of interfaces rather. The other thing I could do is pull this out of coordinates, but that was a nice place to have it because it it made sense, right? But if we can't make it generic, then it doesn't do us any good there. Which is annoying. He just had his Boolean was confused. Makes sense. Easy to do. Mm-hmm. I don't want to do that either, right? Okay. But then we run into that makes this happy, right? But then we run into the issue where we can't say we can't successfully assert that it's a list of an interface, right? Um this said to look at the reflect package. Let's look at the reflect package. I don't know why this is all collapsed. Seems less than useful. Hmm. Makes sense to a degree, but it's stopping me from doing what I want. It means I'm doing it in the wrong way. What I need to do, so that would work. But is there a type for an interface for just for slices? They were talking about comparable being a thing, right? All your comparable types, type parameters, which is that. Redeclared types. Slice type. Type lit. Can I do this? No. I wouldn't be able to do that either. Type constraint. Okay. So if we were to do again the just for funsies. But this would be I might put this in the wrong place. Would this be valid? Which is T. Would be. So we just need to figure out if we can do pre-declared identifiers. Can I do Can't do this, right? No. Because that's pre-declared function. Can't do that. And this is also not. Can I do that? No, I would not be able to do that. Oop, I don't want to do that. Okay, so could I do? No. Like, there's a lot of different ways we could get past this. I want to understand this, right? It could do. That. And then this would be a grid. And then then this would have to be to give this a type, right? But maybe that wouldn't be a terrible idea. Do I want to do that for this, though? Or do I want to get rid of this? And then do... I understand why this doesn't work now, right? I would... Let's see here. This is... Oop, not that. Let's get rid of this. Because it's going to have too many knock-on effects, right? It would have been nice, but... without... Well... feels like this is the correct place, right? And then here we would just need to do view grid, which is a view grid. Wait, why can't I? Why couldn't I return a length of view? Because of that. That would fix this. And then... I would have to... not a struct, just a... And then... Why can't I do that? Oh. You take that out, and then that. Grid add tile grid should return tile grid. I don't think that breaks things. And then we basically just say, hey, if you want to be checked for if points within you, you just need to implement the grid interface, which it's all right. I think I like it better than other things. We need to broke stuff because I didn't refactor correctly with the automated tools. That's fine. Where did I break them? Probably map test, maybe? No. Let's see here. Coordinates test, right. I believe this just actually needs to go back. Test grid needs to be a grid. Right, because that's an interface. So I would need to do that, and we can also just borrow this. This should be unexported because it's only used inside this test. And then let's do that. You back, you replaced. Same deal. And then these should pass. Now, Test load config is now broken. Map test. This is because of this, I betcha. For funsies, we'll change that back real quick. And then, yes, everything passes, but why is this not kosher? Location, so new tile. We fill it with tiles. Where was my test load config? Load map. Go back to and then rerun. Load map returns a map. First tile was not added to map, got nothing, which is result the tile table. So that, oh, because place tile in grid. Also adds this. So does it make sense? We did this because we need to build and then connect everything. But not tile grid, but table. Oh, it was ID. Yeah, the tiles ID. If we did that, everything would work again, and we wouldn't have to go through twice. We still need this because if we add a thing, we need to use that. But for loading the config, we don't need to do this. That's just double work. Okay. Now we're back to working there. And because tile grid is just the same thing as a slice of tile pointers, everything should be fine still. We've just given it a type for the sake of satisfying an interface, right? So we're good there. Don't know that we care about making. We did forget grid. Tile grid returns a tile grid. I guess it could check for like this. Just in case we add things to it in the future, right? Probably want to do that. Where are you? Here you are. That's fine there. Sure, in here we do it. Only twice. Let's see, it was not that. Nothing found, really. Okay. Nothing there. Okay. Let this look through the rest of the project here. That was all right. That's the only one apparently. Okay, so let's break this up just a little bit here. We're going to add this. And then Whoops, I did the message wrong. That's fine. Let's make sure. That's fine. The other one should have been a message more like, and you can go back and edit the message. It's fine. The other one should be more like, you know, for an interface for use with, et cetera, et cetera. I don't care. Now we can go back to edit bar, which is kind of where we got derailed at. This should still or now work correctly. Okay. Delete. Clears that out. That was where we had an issue. Okay. What we could do, I believe this is all, yes. Just to keep things tidy here. That. Okay, and now it has been like 2 hours because I got all wrapped up in that. So I'm going to take a quick break, step away real quick, stretch out, use the restroom. I'll be right back. All right. Hydration acquired. So let's finish out the last hour strong here by getting this in a good state. So it crashes right now. It panics for a nil pointer, and that's because of this. Before we got totally sidetracked, we were working on how do we want to handle this. And MapGo 387. Was in here. Map tile grid. Place tile and grid. .304. Edit bar 150. Because this needs to be, well, hang on. This is, okay, yeah. Let's roll this back real quick. Because it just doesn't make sense, right? This needs to be here. If it's not new, we apply the data, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Can we do this in a better way? Probably flip it. If it's new, wiped out my clipboard with that. There we go. So if it's new, and we'll do the same thing we were doing down here in set selected. Does this still make sense to do here? Yeah, sure, it's fine. Up here, do the same thing except for wait a second. Form data. Oh, it's update data. That's what it is. .id. Does this make sense? Let's think. Hang on. Let's stop. Stop and think. If it's a new one, we have the form data. The form data has great form data. Where did I put? Create tile, edit struct, takes that. Okay. This just needs to be I want to do that. Let's do this. Let's not do that. Let's think harder about how we want to lay this out. We want to handle nil here. We're going to do this. That. This. Okay, good, perfect. This. We want to do that. That would then up here free us from this. But location is going to be a problem. This should be the only place this is used, right here, yes. Could do this. Does this handle... We'd have to nil check this, right? Because it doesn't handle nils. In coordinates, I don't believe. Yeah. So we'd have to either handle it here or... Which doesn't seem like it would make sense, right? I don't think I like this. It's not... Oh, that's... Yeah, because... Give it its in flight here. We still want some of this, right? This all back. I think that was the end of the... Okay, yeah. So what we need to do is say... This would be... This... What else do we need? We need the parent map. We need... Let's do this. Let's do... X... Y... And then... Description... Verbose description... Too many arguments. Why too many arguments? ID. Parent map. Location. Oh. Right there. That. Like so. Right? Hopefully. We delete 3.3. And click and get different IDs. Okay, fantastic. I think I can live with that from a maintainability perspective as well. Oop. New tile doesn't have an error, right? Yeah, okay. Just a tile. Otherwise, we update it in place, we apply it, we update it. But okay, yeah. Okay, so that takes care of that part. Um, so we'll get that done. Now we need to do is make sure. So we tripped over that bug while we were looking at this. Okay, delete does not appear here, which it shouldn't. What we want to do is give this form a button, I think. Edit bar form. New form. In the parent. Which is form parent. I should be able to it's because we use the same one for both. This is a transit. We already have a transit container, so what we can do is we have a label, transit form, that's all good. And we do this to decide what we apply. We need to do a this all can come later, that's fine. Actually, no, I lied. Here? New button. Transit container. Delete. On click. Or do I need to... I think I can do this all. Nope. It's because I think we're going to want to, because we're going to want to style this. That's why we need to break it up. Otherwise, we could do an on click, all one line, I believe. But for rat meow, the on click for this needs to say this transit needs to do we want to is a selected transit. And when we click accept, can we do... this? And then... that. Just make sure that this works as I am thinking it does. So if I come in here, I go, boop. Okay. Kind of. It takes a second. Okay. Oh, I think it... Cancel. It takes until I scroll. Could I do... No. Can I call an update? Would that cause it to lay itself back out correctly? Yes. Okay, fantastic. So it's still there, it's just hidden, right? But it's got the delete flag set. So in our edit bar or button bar, on apply for this, we refresh the connection. At the end, if it's updated, first and foremost, we do if eb index deletes, then what we do in our selected transit holds oh, hang on. Because we need to do I think it's actually on tile. Disconnect. But our selected transit doesn't store. Transit update data does. Update data dot origin. Yeah. Destination. No. Disconnect. This does not return anything, so we don't have to check the error. Because we check for them all. And then refresh, select a connection at the end on apply. Okay. We also want to because when we do this, we update the data. So I think we're good. So we 5.3 to 4.3. 0 connections modified. And that only ever does that. But if, or we can do how does that look? That would look weird. We need to do that already. Let's do if you just modify things, we just do this. But if you delete something, How do I want to do this? Doesn't make sense to split though. Maybe we just do that. Mm. We should do we're gonna get rid of this because it can be misleading, right? And we could like try to track the state of that, but like why? I don't know that cancel should clear. I think it should refresh. So like if you were to come in, I think I like this better. If you come in here and you're going to go delete and then we get cancel, then it comes back, right? 3-3 to 4-3. 3-3. Yes. Same thing here. And then I'm like, oh no, I don't like that. Oop. Cause okay. Cause same deal. Okay. And then we were to click cancel, it would refresh to the original. You need to fix the part where, like right now, for you to do this, that would not work yet. No. That's nil. We're done. When we do I suspect that's going to go the other way around too. Like if we click here and we click here. No. Because we correctly... Set select the tile, clears the selections. Set selected connection clears the selections. Select the tile is nil. Transit is that. Control the parent, delete the children, update the form. Ah. Select a connection widget. Okay, there we go. Does that make sense? Yes. Because we have our transit stored in there as well. Okay, that's probably fine. A little bit confusing, but for right now, that's fine. And then now, let's see here. We need to do... that. Let's take our connection button here. I want to push it to the right and style it up a little bit. Delete button. Yeah, icon button. Set icon. Icons delete. That should be like a little trash can, right? Yeah, perfect. And then how did I... Probably just need to make a styler. Um, go to my docs page here. Don't remember how to set the background color. Button. Background colors.scheme.success in this case. Born. Base. It's not worn. That's yellow. That's hideous. Oh, I see. They've done the background and then also the color. And this is the on. Well, that's still pretty hideous. And the icon breaks the click? What? Get out of there. Okay, maybe I do new button and I set the icon. Maybe I don't want an icon button. Thought it was. I don't know why you would have a button for changing icons. That's weird, but okay, whatever. Let's give that a shot. Okay, that's better. out of curiosity. Well, that's more like an error. It's container. What if I just want a nice red? Nope, that's hideous too. All right. We're going to do this just because it's fine-ish for now. Let's also do this actually. Did this for buttons in the button bar. Styles.end content equals styles.end. So there should be self equals, hopefully, styles.end. Push it over to the right. Nope. Let's do a quick check. It's frame 3. No, it's frame 2, right? Because we flippity floppity them. That, frame 0, frame 1, inside of frame 1. This frame, form, button. This is because the container styles column. It's because I need that. Put it inside of a frame so that it can figure out where it is in the world. Frame 1. I need to do it here. Hmm. Do I need to do grid? No, still not. What the hell? Okay. Specifies the distribution within the individual element's allocated space. Why won't you just go? Because you've got size. What am I doing wrong? Just go over. Let's see. How do I do this I did this up here. Justify content. That doesn't work here. Is it because... Throw on the X. Perhaps. Even though it was showing... Yeah, okay. And then we can say... That pushes that out. And this should be... PW... And then 0. To just say do whatever. Right? Theoretically. Should get us like 80%. Yeah, okay. My imagination, did that push this out? That's fine because we need to fix... Now let's just... sanity check myself. No, it's just... Okay, yeah. It was like that. It just made it more visible to see that pushed over there. So that should kind of scooch it in a little bit. We could also just say... we need to fix this anyway, because this is not... We need like a drop-down selector there, right? That is a problem for later. We are going to... Go ahead and push that up for now. And that's going to be it for today. We're going to call it there. Tomorrow we should be back. We'll go ahead and keep working on this. We need to get these... The forms need to be sorted out for... with a temporary sort of deal for the... scale DCs. We'll need to figure out something there as a placeholder to just get it into a state that works correctly, right? How we do that, I don't know yet. We'll have to think about that. But then also we need to get transits displayed on the room itself. When we click on a room tile, we should also be able to see its transits out, right? Yes, because they originate there, and we should also be able to delete them from there. So kind of the same logic we can reuse, but we'll have to do a little bit of tweaking. So that's what we'll tackle tomorrow, assuming we don't get too wrapped around the axle with some other craziness, right? So thanks for showing up. Those of you who did swing through, love to see you again tomorrow. If not, I hope you have a great weekend.